in the makeup ring. All Angus heifers be making your way to the makeup ring. We'll be starting the show in just a few minutes. You all, show parents have been emailed the updated show order. If you have questions, let us know. There will not be printouts available today. Exhibitors, remember you all need to be wearing your mask in the show arena. They need to be covering your nose. And anybody in the audience and parents helping also need to be wearing their mask. I know it is awkward to remember, but we will not be shaking our judge's hand today either, so just keep those things in mind. Also, show families, there is a group me that will be trying to update everybody as the day goes along because I know we're parked out of the barn. So if you see somebody, have them add you or come up and have us add you. We'll be trying to keep track on that app of who's in the ring and what's coming up. All right, we're ready for Class 1 Angus heifers. And this class is Cole Kirtley with his Angus heifer, May 18th birthday. Class 2 and 3 Angus heifers, you need to be in the makeup ring outside of the show arena. Class 2 and 3 Angus heifers, the show is starting.
Good morning, everybody. So to start our class off here, we've got a real nice Angus heifer, very well presented. I think that some of the things that strike me about her when I look at her is her width and depth. I think when you watch her move, she's extremely wide when she tracks. I think she matches her stride good today for us. Heifer really long and nice in her hip. Coming out of her shoulder into her forerib, you really got to like this female, the way that she holds herself together. Let's give this young man a round of applause, if you would, please.
First place in Class 1 went to Cole Kirtley. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 2 Angus heifers. Jacob Jackson with his October 16th heifer, and Cody Enzer with his October 4th Angus heifer. In the makeup ring, we need Class 3 Angus heifers and Hereford heifers. You need to be making your way up to the show ring. Hereford heifers, classes 4 and 5, be making your way up to the show ring.
I think in this class of October heifers here, it's certainly a lot of difference in type and kind, but I think both heifers are useful and you just kind of figure out what you're looking for. I think it's hard not to start the way I started this morning with the young man's heifer here on my left. I think just more width of base, more bone, more skeleton, more mass, more pounds. She wins all those categories. Now, is she the smoothest? No. Is she the best in her hip? No. And I would say that if you're going to use that and you've got plenty of power on your sire side, the young man that goes second in this class, his heifer's a lot more refined. She's nicer from her hooks to her pin. She's laid in nicer on her shoulder. Just not quite as much power, not quite as much performance as the heifer we started the class with. So just really nice females, very different in their kind, but I think very useful. Let's give these young men a round of applause.
Placings from Class 2 Angus heifers. First place went to Cody Enzer. Second went to Jacob Jackson. Entering the ring now, we'll have our Class 3 Angus heifers. Hereford heifers, Class 4 and 5, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Hereford heifers, Class 4 and 5, be making your way to the makeup ring. In this Class 3 Angus heifers, we have Gracie Fisher with her heifer date of birth, January 23rd. Kyle Kirtley with his January 19th heifer. and Braxton Zeller with his January 1st heifer. Reminder, today we have emailed out the show bill to show families that were in the 4-H online. Also, we do have a group me going. We're trying to help keep track of where we are in the show in that as well. If you need to be added, you can talk to Chrissy, which is helping line up classes, or me up here, or ask another parent that's in that group to add you. We are doing our best today. We just know we have to be flexible. And reminder, we do need to be wearing our mask while we're in the show ring today and inside of any of the barns.
Really nice class of January Angus females here. Really a lot of quality from top to bottom. The heifer I prefer to start the class with, I think, is the best profiled, most up-headed, most elegant female of the group. I think she fits together very nicely, but still powerfully built. She matches her stride and moves a little bit nicer off her rear, especially when you put her in motion compared to the heifer in second. I think she's a little more tentative. This heifer the young girl's got here, a little more tentative off of her rear when you watch her move, but still a really nice female, matches up nicely, very logical placing on those two females. And we've got another heifer that's a little smaller, a little more refined than the two big heifers we started the class off of, but still a really nice Angus female, going to make a real nice cow for this young man. Let's give those competitors a round of applause. Very nice class.
Placings from Class 3 Angus heifers. First place went to Kyle Kirtley, second went to Gracie Fisher, and third went to Braxton Zeller. In the ring now, we will be showing for our champion and reserve champion Angus heifers. Hereford heifers, Class 4 and 5, you should be in the makeup ring. Class 6 maintainer heifer, be thinking about making your way up. Class 6 maintainer heifers, be making your way up. A show bill has now been posted in the show arena behind the announcer stand if you guys need to see that or take pictures of that. Also, we have a group me going for the cattle families if you need to be added to that to have updates on the show. And a show bill has been emailed out to the families. It's my honor to introduce our judge today, Ray Ramsey. Ray grew up on a purebred seed stock operation in Indiana, specializing in Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn cattle. His judging career began by judging livestock through 4-H and FFA. His high school team achieved the highest state level by winning the state #1 spot and going on to second place in the national competition. He graduated from Purdue University, where he and his teammates won several contests, including the Omaha Meet and Lab contest, and placing third in the Nationals at Louisville. Ramsey is still involved in the family operation that's exhibited several national champions in both the Shorthorn and Hereford breeds. One of the highlights of the family business was raising and showing the first female ever to be campaigned as an undefeated 5-time national champion. The Ramsey family has, through its embryo program, has been able to produce and populate genetics throughout the U.S. as well as exporting to several foreign countries. He's had the pleasure and privilege and opportunity of judging national, regional, and local beef cattle shows. Can we all join me in thanking Ray Ramsey for coming out and sorting through our kids and our cattle today?
Thank you, but it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I'm really happy that we can have some of these shows live and in person, and I think it's a big step on trying to get some hope built into our community. So I appreciate you having me out here, Judge, but I really appreciate the fact that all these people came out to put together a show, and I know it's difficult, and I appreciate it. Thank you. As we get into the champion for the Angus female, I think we've got a really nice set out here. I'm really happy with the cattle when they came back. I'm going to use this young man here with the big heifer to be champion today. I think she's a really nice female. Let's give this man a round of applause, if you would, please. As I look at what we've got left out here for reserve, I think it's hard to split the two big heifers up, so I'm going to use young lady that came in second to the big heifer, the 2 Januaries. We're going to keep it together, I think, a real nice set and real representative of their breed. Thank you for bringing them out. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, our champion Angus heifer, shown by Kyle Kirtley, and reserve champion Angus went to Gracie Fisher. We will now be starting our Hereford show. Class 4 will be entering the ring now, Hereford heifers. Classes 6 and 7, Maintainer and Shorthorn Plus heifers, be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 6 and 7, Maintainer and Shorthorn Plus heifers, be making your way to the makeup ring. In Class 4 of Herefords, we have Nate Kavicki with his June 8th heifer, and Grace McInnes with her May 16th Hereford heifer.
think two really nice Hereford heifers in this summer yearling division. I think that you really got a lot of nice points about both of them. The heifer we start with, I think maybe a little bit fresher in her design, a little bit nicer in the way her top and hip fit together with. She doesn't run downhill. She's a little taller at the shoulder than the heifer we got in second. Particularly like how clean she is in her joints and how fresh she looks in her udder at this point in her career. The young man's heifer's a little bigger in her foot size, a little bigger in her joint, maybe a little closer, more rugged built, which is not necessarily bad, but she's just a little bit bolder all the way through, maybe a little bit less of a cow, but really stout, I think, in the way she's put together. I think you can take these females home and mate them to different sires and probably make super cows out of both of them. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice set of heifers.
Results from Class 4 Hereford heifers. First place went to Grace McInnes. Second went to Nate Kavicki. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 5 Hereford heifers. Classes 6, 7, and 8, Maintainer and Shorthorn Plus. You guys are single entry classes. You should be in the makeup ring at this time. Class 6, 7, and 8. Maintainer and Shorthorn Plus heifers. All single entries. You should be making your way up to the makeup ring. In this class of Hereford heifers, we have Cade Henderson with his March 13th heifer and Brendan Moseball, March 1st heifer. On the west side of the cattle barn today, our Hamilton County Beef Association will be providing hot dogs, hamburgers. It will be a free will donation. That money will be going back to our Beef Association to support the kids. So they will be providing lunch on the west side of the cattle barn all afternoon. Free will donation that will go back to our 4-H'ers.
I think similar to the last class we had, we've got two females in here that we really appreciate, but they're a lot different in their kind. I think the heifer we start with, she's kind of a slick-haired heifer that kind of is what you see. There's not much fitting going on with this heifer. But really, in my mind, I don't think she needs a lot. She's really good in her hips. She's good in her top. She moves pretty good for me today. She's laid in nice into her shoulder. She's got some length and profile. And And I will come back and tell you the young man in second's heifer's got a little more lower rib, and if you want that kind of thing, I wouldn't argue with you too much. I think she's a little more compact. She's a little bit more conditioned at this point in her career. She's like not a little bit straighter in her structure. When you get her out and move her, she's a little bit shorter in her stride. And I think those are the things that separate them. But I think two really nice females. The one we start the class off, just a longer, smoother type of heifer, and the one we have in second is a little more powerful, a little more square in her design. But really nice females. Let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause again, please.
Results from Class 5 Hereford Heifers. First place went to Cade Henderson. Second went to Brendan Moseball. In the ring now, we are showing for our champion and reserve champion Hereford Heifer. When we get these two females back out here, I'm really happy with the quality that we've come. We don't have big numbers, but I think we've got some really nice females. Go out and make some super cows. In my opinion, there's a lot of different ways to breed these two females. As I see them, I think the young lady's heifer is the one that I prefer. I prefer her condition. I prefer her presentation. I like the way she covers her tracks when you watch her move. She fills her holes really nice from front to back. And a heifer that's really got enough mass and enough bone and power for me and still maintains that in a real nice look and well presentation. Let's give that young lady a round of applause, please. I think for reserve, it gets a lot tougher. I think you got two heifers out here that are simply totally different in their kind. I appreciate both of them. I think that the young man who's turning his heifer around right now will be your reserve. I think I prefer her a little bit better. She's farther along in her condition, but I think got more good pieces and parts. Let's give both of these exhibitors a round of applause. I think they're a really nice set. Thank you. Champion Hereford Heifer, exhibited by Grace McInnes. Reserve Hereford Heifer went to Nate Kavicki. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 6, Ellie Miller, single entry with her maintainer heifer. Date of birth, March 1st. In the makeup ring, we need Class 7 and 8, Shorthorn Plus heifers. Class 8, Simmental heifers. Be making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 8, Simmental heifers. Be making your way up to the makeup ring.
Real nice single entry here for this young lady. I think a lot of things you really like about the female. She's really long profiled, really square in her hip, good in her front end. She matches up and balances from front to rear through her front chest into her lower forerib. I think a really nice female. One thing I see, once in a while she'll want a short stride off the rear, and then once in a while she'll be covering the track. So those things are kind of iffy at times, but I think a really good female. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
First place in Class 6 and champion maintainer heifer, exhibited by Ellie Miller. Congrats, Ellie. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 7 Shorthorn Plus heifers. Quick calf swap. Ellie's back in the ring with her Shorthorn Plus heifer with a date of birth May 14th.
Young lady brought us a really attractive heifer. I bet this one is pretty easy to find in the pasture. She always holds her head up and really attractive and nice color, pretty hair. I think did a really good job. Let's give her a round of applause for exhibiting a really nice heifer. I think if I would change her a little bit, I would change her structure. She wants to buck over in front a little bit, toes out on both fronts a little bit once in a while. But I mean, when you have that one stopped on the side, she's really easy to find. Very pretty heifer. Thank you.
First place in Class 7, Ellie Miller. In the ring now, we'll have Class 8, Ty Macy with his Shorthorn Plus heifer. Date of birth, October 31st, 2018. We do have two Class 8s, but the second Class 8, be in the makeup ring, Simmental heifers. And Class 9 Sim Solution heifers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 9 Sim Solution heifers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Also, in the cattle barn, if you are wanting your steer to go on the direct truck, you need to let us know up at the front table today. Again, if you are wanting your steer to go direct, you need to be letting us know up at the makeup ring at some point today.
I think this young man brings us another single entry that you really got to appreciate. I know we're showing a senior yearling that's, I think, a month older than this heifer at home right now. It's hard to keep these females fresh because they've been in the show barn for a while. And they're just freshly bred, they're short bred, and it's hard to do that. But I think she looks really good. I think her udder development looks like it's coming along pretty nicely. I think it'd make a really nice cow for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause if you would, please.
First place in Class 8 went to Ty Macy. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer with Ellie Miller with her May 14th heifer and Ty Macy with his October 31st heifer.
We get these two heifers back out here. I think that anybody could see that we've got two distinct separate kinds. We've got one heifer that's a little plain, and we got one heifer that's really flashy. I prefer the young man's heifer, the red heifer. There's some things I'd like to change about both of them, don't get me wrong, but I prefer this heifer. I think she goes out and makes the nicest cow. I think she's got the least amount of problems to try to fix when you breed her to a bull. But I do think the young lady's got one that's really pretty, and I think when you get ready to sell progeny from this heifer, they're going to be easy to sell because they're going to look like her, and she's really, really pretty pattern. So let's give these heifers a round of applause. I think two different kinds of heifers, but really nice. Thank you again.
Congratulations, our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer shown by Ty Macy. Reserve went to Ellie Miller. Hamburgers and hot dogs are ready on the west side of the cattle barn. That's being served by our Hamilton County Beef Association. It is a free will donation that will go back to our juniors, so please feel free to help yourself today. We have hot dogs and hamburgers being served on the west side of the cattle barn, a free will donation that will go back to our juniors. There's also water available in the small animal barn donated by Indiana Farm Bureau. In the ring now, we have Class 8 Simmental heifers, Wyatt Martin with his June 7th heifer, and Bryce Knapp with his April 26th heifer. In the makeup ring, we need Class 9 Sim Solutions and Class 10 British Park heifers.
I think we all probably got to see these move enough, so we'll go ahead and judge them when they've got. I kind of like them on the side view anyway. So I'm going to start with the young man here on my right. He's going to win the class, and this young man here is going to be second. I think if you analyze the two heifers, to me, this heifer's got more shape, more dimension, and more bone at this point. She's got it farther along in her maturity, of course. The young man here's got a heifer that really, you like her condition at this point. Not quite as nice up through her neck and her head and the way she's designed up through her throat latch. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the heifer, and sure, when you get behind her, it's not got as much power. But I think two really nice ones are going to make nice cows and get them mated right. I think it's hard to say who's going to be the best cow. Let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations, our champion Simmental heifer, exhibited by Bryce Knapp. Reserve Simmental heifer went to Wyatt Martin. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 9 Sim Solution heifers. Entering the ring now is Class 9 Sim Solution heifers, Reese Knapp with his January 18th heifer, and Elizabeth Decker with her January 2nd heifer. After this class, we have a single entry in Class 10, and then we will be starting our commercial heifer show. Class 11 and 12 commercial heifers be making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 11 and 12 commercial heifers be making your way to the makeup ring. Upon the completion of our commercial heifer show, we will be going into our Grand Champion heifer drive. In between our heifer and steer show, we will be taking a 15-minute break. In between our heifer and steer show, we will be taking a 15-minute break. And then we will have showmanship at the end of the day after the steer show. Again, there are hot dogs and hamburgers available on the west side of the cattle barn, being provided by our Hamilton County Beef Association. It will be a free will donation, and that money will go back to our juniors.
I think one of our closest placings so far. I think that I like both of these females extremely well. The young lady that I used to win the class I think it's a little softer in the way she's put together, length of spine, levelness of hip, depth of side. She may be not quite as pretty and refined in her head and in her sockets of her eyes and those kind of things. She's a little bit bigger and coarser in her head. But I think the length of her spine, the way that she moves when you put her in motion as compared to the second place heifer is kind of how I see him today. But I think two really nice heifers. A young man's heifer really profiles well, holds her head up nice, very alert, gets that hind leg back and gets her top down. She roaches her top a little bit and short strides a little bit compared to the heifer we've got that starts the class. But I think two really nice heifers. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. Very close placing.
Our champion Sim Solution heifer is exhibited by Elizabeth Decker. Reserve Sim Solution heifer went to Reese Knapp. Entering the ring now, we have our British Park heifer, date of birth March 25th. This is a single entry, and then we will be starting our commercial heifer show, starting with class 11, commercial heifers being the makeup ring. We will be taking a 15-minute break in between our steer and heifer show, and upon the completion of the commercial heifers, we will go right into our grand champion heifer drive.
Another single entry, but we've got a high quality female in front of us. Particularly when you put her in motion, she keeps her top level. She's not roaching her top. She's not dropping in her hip. She's not breaking in her loin. She's matching stride really nice. I like the way she's laid into her shoulders. It comes into her forerib. She doesn't fall apart. She holds herself together very well. Let's just give this young lady a round of applause. I think they're really nice women. Go ahead and make them groove cow forward.
Congratulations, Bailey Stewart, with our champion British Park heifer. We will now be starting our commercial heifer show. I also forgot to make the announcement after our grand heifer drive. If our grand and reserve grand are not a Hamilton County born and raised, we will have that class as well. We are trusting you guys, if you have a Hamilton County born and raised, to come to the ring for that. That will be after our grand heifer drive if you're wanting to show in the Hamilton County born and raised class.
Well, if you're following, we took one of the most mature females in here that we've had through here, from March yearling heifer to a baby heifer. So we couldn't be farther apart in terms of development if we tried. So this young lady, if you would, give her a round of applause. I think she needs to spend a little more time with her. You've got her heifer broke, and that's a good start. She needs a little bit more time on feed, I think, but I think it can turn into a really nice female for her. I appreciate her coming out today and exhibiting, and thank you again.
Congratulations, first place, class 11, went to Kaylee. Testing. First place in that class went to Kaylee Smith. We will now have Class 12 commercial heifers be making your way into the ring. We will be rolling right into our Grand Champion Heifer Drive, so if you have a breed champion or reserve, we will be having you line up outside of the cattle barn. Maddie Martin, we need you in the show ring. Your class is now in the ring. Maddie Martin, we need you in the show arena. Your class is in the ring. Class 12 is in the ring now. We have Lauren Happel, heifer weighing 921, and Maddie Martin, heifer weighing 1032. We have two more classes of commercial heifers, and then we'll go into our Grand Champion Heifer Drive. So if you have a breed champion or reserve champion, be making your way up to get lined up for the Grand Drive. After that, we will also have our Hamilton County Born and Raised class. So if you would like to be in that, need to be making your way up to the makeup ring, or be aware that we will be having our County Born and Raised class upon the completion of our Grand Drive. We will be taking a 15-minute break in between our heifer and steer show. That would be a great time for everybody to make your way over to the west side of the cattle barn. We'll be serving hot dogs and hamburgers provided by the Hamilton County Beef Association. It's for our cattle families, as well as people here viewing today can make your way over to that. We will be taking free will donations that will go back to our juniors.
Like I've said several times this morning, we've got females in here of high quality. Don't necessarily mean they're going to be the same kind of animal. They haven't come from the same background. They haven't been fed the same ration. They haven't come from the same genetics. So there's going to be some differences, even though they are of high quality. I prefer the heifers starting with the Baldy, and the young lady here in front of me with the solid black heifer would be second. I just think this heifer's a lot smoother. She's a little bit cleaner in her overall presentation, which means she's probably a little leaner than the heifer we've got second. I particularly prefer her up into her head and neck junction, and I prefer her length of spine and her length of hip as compared to the heifer we've got in front of us. Now, if you want the most powerful heifer with the most muscle, when you get behind her, watch her move, her depth, her width, then the second place heifer is the one that you're going to like and tie into. I appreciate those things about her. I just think she's a little bit more conventional in her overall design, not necessarily a bad thing. If you bred her to a bull like the heifer that wins the class, I think she really matches up nicely in terms of that. the way I look at them. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think two really nice heifers. Thank you.
Results from Class 12. First place went to Lauren Happel. Second went to Maddie Martin. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 13 commercial heifers. Luke Jackson, heifer weighing 1156, and Eli Kolb, heifer weighing 1177.
I tried that once, didn't work for me either. I think a really nice class here. I think a pretty logical place in the young man in the blue shirt in front of me we're going to start the class with. Then we get to analyzing and comparing these two heifers. She's got more width, she's got more depth, got more refinement to her skeleton. She's a lot more attractive up through her front end. I think she wins all those categories. The young man that has heifer that was second, a little plainer in her overall design, but a heifer's still really nice. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Results from Class 13 commercial heifers. First place went to Eli Kolb. Second went to Luke Jackson. Entering the ring now, we have Class 14, Logan Bates, heifer weighing 1555. Upon the completion of our commercial heifers, we will be rolling into our grand drive. And if our grand and reserve grand heifer is not a county born and raised, we will have our county born and raised class after that.
Another single entry, but let's give this young man a round of applause. He brings you a big, stout black heifer, which works in a lot of categories. She's going to transmit a lot of things to her offspring, but she has really got a lot of performance, a lot of muscle, and a lot of style. Puts in a really nice package. I think this young man's brought us one that's really nice. He can make a really nice cow. But let's give him a round of applause one more time.
All right, in the ring, results from Class 14. First place went to Logan Bates. In the ring now, we will be showing for our champion and reserve champion commercial heifer. From Class 11, we have Kaylee Smith, heifer weighing 173. From Class 12, we have Lauren Happel, heifer weighing 921. From Class 13, we have Eli Kolb, heifer weighing 1177. And from Class 14, Logan Bates, heifer weighing 1555. Again, we are showing now for our champion and reserve champion commercial heifer. Breed champions and reserve champions need to be lining up outside of the cattle arena for our grand overall heifer drive.
I think two really nice heifers that top this division, in my opinion. I think the heifer that the young man's got, when he gets her parked and that gets that one set up, she's hard to handle. I think I do prefer the movement and the structure and the bone and the foot size of our reserve heifer, but she's just not quite there today. She could probably get this female. She gets along and more developed, I think, because she's leaner than the heifer we started class with. But this heifer here balances up so nicely. Just like to change her just a smidge on the way she moves. She wants to chop from the rear when you watch her walk just a little bit, but when she gets parked and set up, she's really nice. let's give the exhibit a round of applause, if you would, please. Thank you.
Congratulations, our champion commercial heifer is shown by Eli Kolb, and reserve champion commercial heifer went to Lauren Happel. We are now getting ready for our grand champion heifer drive. As soon as we clear the ring and we make sure everyone's lined up, we will be getting our grand champion heifer drive. Our champion Angus heifer, exhibited by Kyle Kirtley. Our champion Hereford heifer, shown by Grace McInnes. Champion maintainer heifer, shown by Ellie Miller. Our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer, shown by Ty Macy. Our champion Simmental heifer, exhibited by Bryce Knapp. Champion Sim Solution heifer, shown by Elizabeth Decker. Champion British Park, shown by Bailey Stewart. And our champion commercial heifer, shown by Eli Kolb. Let's give all our breed champions a round of applause. Reserve champions need to be out in the makeup ring, being ready to be pulled in. And also, if our grand and reserve are not a Hamilton County born and raised, we will be showing for that after the completion of our grand drive. Then we will take a 15-minute break before we start our steer show. It's my pleasure to introduce our judge today, Ray Ramsey. Ray grew up on a purebred seed stock operation in Indiana, specializing in Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn cattle. He graduated from Purdue University. After college, Ramsey began working as a sales rep for a large animal pharmaceutical company, moving on to a regional manager for the same firm. Following the pharmaceutical business, Ramsey headed up the largest regional livestock marketing company in the Midwestern and Eastern states. Ramsey is still involved in the family operation that has exhibited several national champions in both the Shorthorn and Hereford breeds. One of the highlights of the family business was raising and showing the first female ever to be campaigned as an undefeated 5-time national champion. The Ramsey family, through its embryo program, has been able to produce and populate genetics throughout the United States, as well as exporting to several foreign countries. Let's all thank Ray Ramsey for coming out and sorting through our cattle and our kids today.
Thank you again, but again, I'm going to congratulate the parents and the kids. I know how hard it is. I've done this my entire life. So when you've only got 2 or 3 shows you can go to in the year, it makes it even tougher to get motivated. So I would commend the exhibitors, their parents, all the people that are involved in this program, and also my staff that's been here today. It's been super to work. The weather's been nice so far. Hopefully it holds out. I guess as I get down to this point, I'm a little bit proud of what we put together. I don't know if you are or not. I mean, some of you are standing back in the barn with some pretty nice females. I understand that. I've been there before. But I think when I get them out here, I'm pretty proud of these kids. Let's give them a round of applause, if you would, please. I describe most of these, and I know we get down to this point, everybody's like, hey, quit making a speech and pick something, you know. And I've got a pretty good idea what I'm going to do. I mean, I'm fairly confident even when I'm wrong. So I will have, it's my opinion today, and I'm probably the only one that's really truly going to be happy, and maybe another couple people will be. But it's my understanding we're going to pick top 5 heifers out here. We're going to pick a grand and reserve, and then we're going to go through a top 5. So there's going to be some kids that are going to win some awards, and I appreciate all the hard work that went into it. I'd like to make a few general comments because I've talked to every animal as they went through the ring. But I guess from my standpoint, we got to consider some things. These animals are show animals, and I tell people it's a beauty contest for cows, and I believe that. But the difference is Miss America doesn't have to raise any calves. So these beasts got to go out and they got to make functional females. They got to be the right size. They got to be the right kind. They got to be sound enough. They got to have the right udder quality, because all of those things are important, even though they're bred to be show cattle. So I'm going to go out and pick a couple heifers here that I think really exemplify that, in my opinion, and I hope that you totally agree with me and see what I've tried to do, even if you don't agree with me. But again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Your grand champion heifer, shown by Grace McInnes with her Hereford. We need Nate Kavicki in the ring with his reserve Hereford heifer. Congratulations, our reserve grand champion heifer, shown by Kyle Kirtley with his Angus. We need reserve Angus heifer Gracie Fisher to be coming in the ring.
I'll talk a little bit about the 2 that we've selected, and then I'll hit the other top 5, and we'll be done with it. But as I see the 2 heifers we used, I really like the Hereford heifer. I think she's functional and sound. She's the right size for me. She's the right kind. She's in the right condition. She probably moves as well as anything in the ring today. She matches stride. She does it very well, puts it in a real attractive package, has some enough meat to her, enough depth to her, and the right kind for me. The black heifer hit me when she first came in the ring. As I analyze her, she turns out on her front just a little bit when she comes at you walking. She's a big, powerful heifer, and if you like big, powerful ones, that's fine, but she's going to make a super big cow. And I like big cattle, don't get me wrong, but I see that in her. I see some of the things you got to correct in her, but I think those are 2 really nice heifers, and I think they come to mind to me to be your champion reserve pretty easy. So we'll go out and pick a few more here, but I want to give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I just wanted to talk about those 2 heifers. Give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, our 3rd overall heifer, shown by Eli Kolb with his commercial. We need Lauren Happel to join us in the ring with her reserve commercial heifer. Never mind, Lauren. fourth, shown by Elizabeth Decker with her Champion Sim Solution. And fifth overall went to Ellie Miller with her Maintainer heifer. Grand and Reserve are not county born and raised, so if you have a Hamilton County born and raised heifer, you can join us in the ring for our Grand and Reserve Hamilton County born and raised. Now would be a great time for everyone to go to the west end of the cattle barn. Our Hamilton County beef producers are providing hot dogs and hamburgers today for a free will donation that will go back to our junior exhibitors. Everyone is welcome for hamburgers and hot dogs on the west side of the cattle barn. All right, we are now showing for our Grand and Reserve Champion County born and raised heifer. In the ring is our Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Hamilton County born and raised heifer drive. Upon this completion, we will be taking a 15-minute break before we start our steer show. We will end our day with showmanship. Again, help yourself to hamburgers and hot dogs on the west side of the cattle barn. A free will donation goes back to our juniors. All right, congratulations. Our Champion County born and raised went to Lauren Happel. Reserve Champion County born and raised went to Cade Henderson. We will be starting back with our steer show around 11:55. We'll be starting our steer show back up at 11:55. Angus steers, we need you to be making your way up to the ring. Angus steers, class 15 and 16, we need you to be making your way up to the ring so we can start our steer show at noon. All right, we are ready. We're going to be getting ready for our first class of Angus heifers, or steers. Wow, it's on to our steer show. Our first class of Angus steers. You can be entering the ring. All right, class 15, Angus steers. Jacob Jackson, steer weighing 1203. Andrew Holloway, steer weighing 1312. And Jacob Drummond, steer weighing 1327. In the makeup ring, we need class 16. And we need class 17, Kenya steers. Be making your way up to the makeup ring. Again, we are starting our steer show. After our steer show, we will roll into showmanship. Probably do a small break in between, but let us know if you're going to be scratching showmanship here within the next couple of classes. If you want to scratch showmanship, let us know so we can be making class breaks.
Really nice class of Angus steers start off with. I think that they got a good representation of the breed all the way through. I think that the exhibitors and their family did a nice job of presenting the steers. Everybody looks like they've been fed amply, and I think they got sufficient cover. The steer we start off the class with, he's a little bit shorter-sided steer, but a steer that's got the most amount of depth and width and muscle dimension for him. As you look down his top and over his loin and down at his hip, clear down into his stifle, he just excels the other steers in the class in terms of his meat animal shape. The steer we've got in the second is a steer that from the side probably balances up the nicest, and he's probably a little bit nicer in his structure. If he was a female, we'd certainly give the nod to that one probably, but he just doesn't have as much meat animal shape in him as the steer we start the class with. Then the steer off the bottom is a steer I think that's pretty much ready in his condition. He just isn't quite as good. He doesn't carry his depth and width back from his hip back to his pin nearly as well as the steers we start the class with. But I think three really nice representatives. If you would, let's give them a round of applause, please.
Results from Class 15, Angus steers. First place went to Jacob Drummond. Second went to Andrew Holloway. Third went to Jacob Jackson. Entering the ring now, we have Class 16, Kyle Kirtley with steer weighing 1441. Class 17 and 18, Kia steers, you need to be in the makeup ring. Class 17 and 18, Kia steers, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring.
I think a steer's a single entry, but one you really got to like. A lot of things about the steer. He is really masculine and powerful built. He carries it really nice from front to rear. He's in the right kind of condition for me. He moves amply. He's fresh and clean and well put together, well presented. Let's give this exhibit a round of applause. A really nice, powerful steer in this heavyweight division.
First place, Class 16, Kyle Kirtley. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Angus steer. From Class 15, Jacob Drummond, steer weighing 1327, and Kyle Kirtley, steer weighing 1441. Class 19, Hereford steers, need to be thinking about making your way up to the makeup ring. 19, Hereford steers, be making your way to the makeup ring.
Let's congratulate these exhibitors. They get these two steers back out here. I think a really logical placing, but I think that really two really nice steers, particularly the steer that starts off the champion. I think a really nice Vindel to come back for an Angus steer representative. I really think I'm proud of that one. Thank you.
Congratulations, champion Angus steer shown by Kyle Kirtley. Reserve champion Angus shown by Jacob Drummond. We are now ready to start our Kia steer show, Class 17. Class 17, entering the ring now, we have Cooper Rollins, steer weighing 1245, and Chloe Henderson, steer weighing 1314.
I think two steers in here, and I really like both of them for different reasons. The steer that young lady has here in front of me, I was going to be my first place steer, and this steer is going to be a second place steer. I think that I prefer this steer. I don't think either one of them have probably got the most amount of condition on them in terms of trying to be market ready. So I think that's kind of out the window in my terms of mine. I think this steer's probably got a little better skeleton for me, the way he's put together. When you put him in motion, he proves that to you. I do think we probably got more shape in this steer. He's a little bit rounder in the hip, but he's a little bit coarser in his shoulder, but he's got more muscle in him. So I think it depends on which way you want to go. I think the steer we start out with is probably the combination steer to me to cover all the bases. And I think both of them need more time in terms of condition and being market ready. But let's give these two young ladies a round of applause. Two really nice steers.
First place in Class 17 went to Cooper Rollins. Second went to Chloe Henderson. Hereford steers, you should be in the makeup ring. Hereford steers should be in the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have Class 18 Kiania steers. Brendan Mosbaugh, steer weighing 1327, and Brody Peel, steer weighing 1372. Again, everyone is signed up for showmanship unless you've told us up at the front table that you are scratching. Everyone is signed up at this time for showmanship, so if you would like to scratch, please let us know up front so we can make the class cuts. I believe there's still plenty of food left on the west side of the cattle barn if you'd like a hot dog or a hamburger. That's being provided by our Hamilton County Beef Association. It's a free will donation, and that money will go back to the juniors in the cattle barn. We want to thank them for providing that. There's also cold bottles of water in the small animal barn provided by Indiana Farm Bureau.
I think two really nice steers. The young man that's going to pull in here first, I think that steer, to me, kind of gets the other steer in terms of the condition and how smooth he is from front to rear. He carries that condition all the way through his body really nicely. I think the steer's a little plainer, a little smaller statured. Here's your prettier, more up-headed steer. I like that about him, but he is a little more greener in his condition in terms of that, and I just think not quite as smooth in the way that he's presented today. But I think, you know, in terms of time, this steer maybe get past that, and this steer will look fresher and nicer later on. But this steer is really ready in terms of his marked condition to me today, and he carries that width and that muscling and that marbling and cover all the way back from front to rear. In my opinion, I think that when that steer is harvested, he's going to be the better steer in terms of carcass. But I really like this young man's steer as well. I just think that steer's more ready on that end today. Let's give the exhibit a round of applause. Real competitive steer class.
Congratulations, Class 18. First place went to Brendan Mosbaugh. Second went to Brody Peel. We are now showing for our champion and reserve champion, Kiania steer. Cooper Rollins out of Class 17, steer weighing 1245. And first place out of Class 18, Brendan Mosbaugh, steer weighing 1327. Hereford steers, you should be outside getting ready for in the makeup ring. Class 21, mini Hereford steers, you should be making your way to the makeup ring. Mini Hereford steers should be making your way to the makeup ring.
Let's give these young men a round of applause. I think that it's hard to split those two big steers up in my terms of way they're conditioned and the way they're put together and the meat animal shape in them. I think the young lady's got a really pretty steer. I think he's got more good days ahead of him than today. I think he's fitted and presented to the nines, but I think these two steers really fit together in my mind. So again, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'd appreciate it.
Congratulations, our champion Kiania steer, shown by Brendan Mosbaugh. Reserve champion Kiania, shown by Brody Peel. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 19 Hereford steers. Madison Shively, steer weighing 1090, and Lauren Happel, steer weighing 1215, or 1210. In the makeup ring, we need Class 20 and 21. Mini Herefords, be making your way to the makeup ring.
Two nice steers here for the first Hereford division. I think that these young ladies had brought us some pretty nice steers out. They're about the same size, same stature, and same amount of frame. Their weights are pretty close. I prefer to use the steer here on my right. He'll win the class, and this steer will be reserve. And I think where they really are second in his class, I think when he gets from his hip back, this steer really excels that steer in terms of his shape and his amount of muscle and bone. And then when you get to the side of him and see that his depth and his thickness and down in his flank and kind of down into his stifle is really a lot wider than this steer. So I think two really nice steers. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please. But I think we got to go with this steer and the amount of muscle that he's carrying today.
First place in Class 19, Lauren Happel. Second went to Madison Shively. Entering the ring now, we have Class 20, Hereford Steers. Ella Kavicki, steer weighing 1525. In the makeup ring, we need Mini Hereford Steers, Class 21. Main Anjou Steers, Class 22, 23. Be making your way up to the makeup ring.
Another single entry, but you need to really study the steer and find out that he is a pretty nice steer. You see he weighs 15 and you think, oh, he's going to be sloppy and fat and overdone, and he really isn't any of that. I think he's fresh. I think he's just about the right condition. He's just a pretty large animal. He's long-sided, so he's going to weigh a lot. But there's a lot of really nice things about this steer. Let's get this young lady a round of applause for a single entry. Really competitive.
First place in Class 20 went to Ella Kavicki. Entering the ring now, we'll be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Hereford Steers. From Class 19, Lauren Happel, steer weighing 1210, and Ella Kavicki, steer weighing 1525.
When we get the steers back out here, I think the two really nice representatives for the Hereford breed. I'm pretty proud of both the steers. I hope their exhibitors and families are. They've done a nice job presenting them. I'll go out and pick a couple steers, but I really am very happy with the kind of quality we've had, even though the numbers haven't been big. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause one more time.
Congratulations, champion Hereford Steers, shown by Ella Kavicki. Reserve champion Hereford Steers, shown by Lauren Happel. We will be taking a 15-minute break in between our steer show and showmanship to allow those steers to get their pictures taken and our kids get a drink before showmanship. So there will be a 15-minute break in between the steer show and showmanship. The order will go Clover, Intermediate, Senior. And please let us know if you are going to be scratching showmanship.
Nice set of steers for the Mini Hereford class here. I think the young lady's steer to my left down here is going to win this class. I think when you get behind him especially, you see more width and depth like we've talked about all morning here, that the steer just got more muscle, more meat animal shape. So he obviously is going to beat this steer. This steer over here is a really nice steer, and I like the way he holds himself together. When you put him in motion, he does a really good job. His top line and hip are really nice. He just doesn't have as much amount of muscle and mass working for him, not near as masculine in his overall appearance as the steer that wins the class. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, our champion Mini Hereford steer, shown by Cooper Rollins, and reserve champion Mini Hereford steer, shown by Grace Reynolds. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 22, Main Anjou steers. Class 24, Maintainer steers, and Class 25, Simmental steers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Main Anjou and Simmental steers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Entering the ring, we have Class 22, Main Anjou steers, Chloe Henderson, steer weighing 1198. In the makeup ring, we need Class 24, Maintainer steers, and Simmental steers. Be making your way up to the makeup ring.
Another single entry, but a steer I think can stand a lot more competition. Really some nice things about the calf. He's very attractive. You put him in motion, he does a nice job covering his tracks. Very clean in his overall appearance, very flashy in his color. Let's give this young exhibitor a round of applause for bringing us a really nice steer.
Congrats to Chloe Henderson. Next, we will have Class 23, Main Anjou steers, Eli Kolb, steer weighing 1326. Another single entry. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
I think a steer, when you get away from him, that balances up and profiles really nice, really good in his lines. A steer, when you get behind him, he's probably got more width than you expect when he's that smooth from front to back. But I think a really nice steer for a single entry. Let's see this steer come back in division. I think he's going to be very competitive.
Congrats to Eli Kolb. We will now be showing for our champion main steer. We have Chloe Henderson, steer weighing 1198, and Eli Kolb, steer weighing 1326. Again, this is our champion main Anji drive. In the makeup ring, we need class 24 maintainers. And our Simmental steers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 25, 26, 27, Simmental steers, be making your way to the makeup ring. Again, between our grand steer drive and showmanship, we will be taking a 15-minute break for pictures. Let us know if you are going to scratch showmanship. We will be taking a 15-minute break between the steers and showmanship.
Congratulations to these exhibitors. I think it's hard for this steer to give up a couple 100 pounds to this steer. I think he's just farther down the road in terms of his development. I think this is a really nice, fresh steer, well presented, but I just don't think he can get around this bigger, heavier steer today. So again, give these exhibitors another round of applause. I would appreciate it.
Congratulations to Eli Kolb, showing the champion main Anju steer. Reserve champion main steer went to Chloe Henderson. Entering the ring now, we have our single entry for maintainer steers, Andrew Robertson, steer weighing 1334. Simmental steers, we need you all out in the makeup ring, class 25, 26, 27. Simmental steers, we need all of you in the makeup ring.
Let's give this young man a round of applause. He brings us a steer today that I think is a really wide-based, wide-shaped, big muscled steer that's well in his condition. I think a really nice example for this breed. I think he's a little round in his hip, but if he wasn't, he probably wouldn't have the amount of muscle that he's got. It's kind of hard to get one smooth and robust in their muscle at the same time. But again, I think a really nice steer for this young man, a single entry in his class.
Congrats to Andrew Robertson, showing our champion maintainer steer. Entering the ring now, we have our first class of Simmental steers, class 25, Caleb Reynolds, steer weighing 1009, and Tyler Drummond, steer weighing 1183. First call for crossbred steers, class 28. First call, class crossbred steers, class 28. Be making your way to the makeup ring.
I think a nice class of Simmentals here for our first class semis, and I think that the steer that the young man in front of me in the blue shirt is going to win this class. I think he's just pushing so much amount of muscle and mass compared to the steer that we've got behind him. It's just hard for him not to win today. Really nice steer. He's not one to cooperate too well for the young man today, but I think there's a lot of good in that steer. The steer that we've got in seconds, just like it says, lack the amount of muscle and the shape and the dimension, especially down his top and through his hip and lower quarter, as the steer that we've got that starts off the class. But two really nice representatives. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, placing from class 25. First place went to Tyler Drummond, second went to Caleb Reynolds. We'll have a quick calf swap for Caleb, then he'll be entering back in the ring with his next Simmental steer weighing 1231. Crossbred steers, class 28-29, you need to be making your way up to the makeup ring. Crossbred steers, class 28-29, be making your way up to the makeup ring.
Another single injury steer that's been well cared for, is in pretty good conditions, got the right amount of muscle, moves really well for us today. And I like the way his skeleton's designed, like his length at top and length of hip. His tail head sits down in him like you like it, and his hip's really nice. Let's give this young man a round of applause for a single entry.
Congrats to Caleb Reynolds, first place in class 26. Entering the ring now, we'll have class 27, Reese Knapp, with his Simmental steer weighing 1452.
It's a shame we've got single entries, but that's what we've got. So we've got a lot of quality in some of these single entries, and I just hope you people appreciate what they've done as far as taking care of these animals. They're well presented, well fed. There's some people in this county who know how to feed a steer, and I really appreciate that. Real nice steer here. He carries a lot of width and depth all the way from his front to his rear. I like the way he's designed. I like the way he's put together. Really nice steer for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place, class 27, went to Reese Knapp. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Simmental steer. From class 25, Tyler Drummond, steer weighing 1183. From class 26, Caleb Reynolds, steer weighing 1231. And from class 27, Reese Knapp, steer weighing 1452. Crossbred steers, Class 28, 29, you should be in the makeup ring. Class 30, 31, crossbred steers, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Upon the completion of our crossbred steer drive, we will go into our grand champion steer drive, followed by our Hamilton County born and raised. And then we will take a 15-minute break before we start showmanship. We will be doing showmanship starting with juniors, then intermediates, and then seniors. Please let us know if you're going to scratch showmanship.
In your granted reserve here in the Scimitals, I think a pretty logical decision. The steer that comes in the last heavyweight division is a steer that's plenty big, but I think he's still got the amount of quality that we have to have. I don't think there's any way to deny him in this division. And then your steer here, I think, is logical to come in for reserve. Give him another round of applause, please. Thank you.
Congratulations to Reese Knapp, showing our champion, Scimitar steer, reserve champion, shown by Caleb Reynolds. We're ready to start our crossbred steer show, class 28. Keegan Shively, steer weighing 1084. And Lily Higgins, steer weighing 1096. Class 28, crossbred steers are now in the ring.
We got a couple steers out here, one that doesn't want to behave very well, but the young man here in front of me is going to win this class. I think just more of what I've been talking about, the amount of cover, the amount of finish, the amount of muscle from front to rear with the steer. He's a little bit smaller statured steer, I'll give you that. Probably more length than the steer over here. This steer's probably a little bit harder in his condition. The steer's a little bit softer in his condition. I think two really nice representatives. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, class 28, went to Keegan Shively. Second went to Lily Higgins. Entering the ring now, we have class 29 crossbred steers. Maddie Higgins, steer weighing 1108, and Olivia Higgins, steer weighing 1175. Class 29, crossbred steers in the ring. Class 30, 31, you need to be making your way up to the makeup ring, crossbred steers.
In this class, there are crossbred steers. I prefer the steer on my right. I think particularly back through his top of his loin and back into his tail head set, and the width and the amount from his hooks to his pins. The other steer tends to taper off a little bit to me. He tends to be a little bit less powerful coming out of the top of his shoulder into the high quality cuts coming into his loin, and I think that's kind of important. But I think the steers are pretty close in terms of that, and I'm sure that they've been fed similarly. Probably came from the same place from the names that I heard announced, but I prefer those steers 1, 2, and let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Congratulations. First place went to Olivia Higgins. Second place went to Maddie Higgins. Entering the ring now, we'll have class 30 crossbred steers. After this, we have one single entry for crossbred steers. We'll pick our champion crossbred, and then we'll go into our grand champion drive. So those breed champions, just be paying attention. We'll be having you line up outside of the cattle barn for our grand champion drive. Breed champions and reserves. Class 30 crossbred steers, we have Andrew Holloway, steer weighing 1315. Logan Bates, steer weighing 1354. Jessa Zeller, steer weighing 1385. And Grady Peel, steer weighing 1463.
I think in this class there's some interesting things to discuss. I'll be the first to tell you that we haven't made a perfect one of these yet, and there's something wrong with all of them, even mine at home. So I guess we can pick them apart, or we can tell you the parts we like about them, or those kind of things. I think the steer that we started the class with, to me, he's the freshest steer in here. I think he's got an ample amount of cover, but he probably doesn't have as much as a steer in second. But he's got the most amount of muscle, the most amount of bone, the biggest skeleton, I think the most massive and the most masculine in its design. Then I think the steer in seconds, the steer's probably going to grade the best. I think maybe he's a little over in his condition, in my opinion, but I think he will grade well. And I think he's probably going to be a higher quality grade than this steer, but not got near the amount of muscle in his shape and not near as explosive if you look at him down his top and through his hip. Then we've got a steer here that I don't probably think is probably ready in terms of his condition, but a steer that's really wide at his pins and really wide down his top. Got the amount of muscle we're looking for, just a little bit bigger. And when he does get conditioned, I think he's going to be an awful big steer in my mind. Then we've got the steer off the bottom. As a steer, it's probably going to be fine, but he's just given up a lot of power, a lot of explosion of muscle to the steers to stand any higher in this class. Let's get these average a round of applause, if you would, please. Thank you.
Results from Class 30 crossbred steers. First place went to Jessa Zeller. Second went to Grady Peel. Third went to Logan Bates. And fourth went to Andrew Holloway. Entering the ring now, we have our last class. Class 31, crossbred steers, Tony Crane, steer weighing 16-14. All breed champions, we need you outside of the show ring to be getting lined up for a grand drive. All breed champions and reserves, be making your way up to get lined up for grand steer drive. We'll do our grand steer drive. We'll select our champion and reserve champion, county born and raised. Then we'll be taking a 15-minute break before we start showmanship. For showmanship, we will start with juniors, intermediates, and then seniors. Once again, if you have a steer that you're wanting to send direct, you must let Kayla know ASAP. If you're wanting to send a steer on the direct truck, you need to come up and let Kayla know as soon as possible.
Let's give this young man a round of applause, another single entry. I like a lot of things about the steer. I think that he's got ample amount of cover on him for sure, and maybe more than we'd like to see, but I'd rather do that than be under at this point in his career. I think the steer carries a lot of his weight in his upper one-third, and I'd really like to see him balance up a little bit better, and that's probably my biggest complaint is his amount of muscling in his rear is not near as big as the mass in his front. So I think he probably, when he was younger, probably balanced up a little bit better. He's getting mature, and like me, probably got more cover than he needs. So let's give him his round of applause, please, again, and let this young man know what we think.
First place, 31, went to Tony Crane. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion crossbred steers. From Class 28, Keegan Shively, steer weighing 1084. From Class 29, Olivia Higgins, steer weighing 1175. From Class 30, Jessa Zeller, steer weighing 1385. And from Class 31, Tony Crane, steer weighing 1614. All breed champions and reserve champions need to be lined up outside of this ring for our grand champion steer drive. If you have a Hamilton County born and raised, if our grand or reserve do not come from this county, we will have that show after, and then a 15-minute break before showmanship. Our first heat of junior showmen will include Kaylee Smith, Jessa Zeller, Braxton Zeller, and Logan Bates. The second heat will include Grace Reynolds, Olivia Higgins, Cooper Rollins, and Elizabeth Decker. There'll be 2 heats of juniors with the split after Logan Bates on our list. Congratulations, Jessa Zeller with the champion crossbred steer. We need second place out of class 30, Grody Peel, to be entering the ring.
For your champion reserve crossbred steers, I think we boiled down to the 2 steers that I like the best all along, and I think there's already good steers from top to bottom in this division. But let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause, please. Really nice steers.
Congratulations, our reserve champion crossbred steer, shown by Brady Peel. Grady Peel, sorry. All right, we'll be getting ready for our grand champion drive. As soon as we clear out the ring, we'll be bringing in our steers for our grand drive. Our champion Angus steer is exhibited by Kyle Kirtley, steer weighing 1441. Our champion Kiania steer, shown by Brendan Mosbaugh, steer weighing 1327. Our champion Hereford steer, shown by Ella Kavicki, steer weighing 1525. Our champion mini Hereford steer, exhibited by Cooper Rollins, steer, I don't have a weight on that one. Main Anjou steers, our champion is Eli Kolb, steer weighing 1326. Champion maintainer, exhibited by Andrew Robertson, steer weighing 1334. Our champion scimitar, shown by Reese Knapp, steer weighing 1452. And our champion crossbred, shown by Jessa Zeller, steer weighing 1385. Let's give all of our champions a round of applause. Our judge for today is Ray Ramsey. Ray grew up on a purebred seed stock operation in Indiana, specializing in Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn beef cattle. He graduated from Purdue University. He's still involved in the family operation that's exhibited several national champions in both the Shorthorn and Hereford breeds. One of his highlights of the family business was raising and showing the first female ever to be campaigned as an undefeated 5-time national champion. Mr. Ramsey is currently a partner in an international importation business based in Indianapolis with offices in several states and in Canada. Please join me in thanking Mr. Ramsey for coming out and sorting our cattle and our kids today. Again, after this, we will take a 15-minute break before showmanship. But we will be doing a cut and showmanship after Logan Bates on the agenda. And then after this, if one of our champions is not a county born and raised, we will have that as well.
Well, we get the steers back out here. We had a lot of single entries and didn't have much competition in some of those divisions, maybe is what you thought. But when you get them back out here, you get a really nice steer in almost every division. And I thought that's kind of what it was going to look like. I think from here on out, it's going to get pretty close. There's a lot of steers that could win this, I think, in my opinion. I'm going to go out and select a couple that I like. But before I do that, I'm just going to give you some general comments again like I did in the heifer shows. Some of the things I've looked at and talked about is muscle, finish, doability, soundness, that kind of thing. And the soundness, really isn't as big a deal maybe in the steers as it is in the females, but to me, a little bit when it comes down to it, everybody's got a hole. So you need to find out, what you've got and what you've got to work with. The most pluses should win, the least, amount of minuses should win. And those are kind of some of the kind of things we line up. Now, what emphasis you put on different characteristics is up to one person. And to me, I think the females should look like females and the males should look like males. So I try to pick them that way as much as I can. But I'm really happy with the lineup. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. And one more time, I know we got showmanship left, but one more time, I'd just like to thank everybody that helped put the show on. I know in these times when we weren't having fairs, I was really disappointed. So I really appreciate the amount of work and effort that went in to try to put the show on and try to follow all the rules. And so thank you very much for making that happen. I believe, to me, and we just got done having our National Junior Show out in Kansas City, and we had to move it from Louisville to Kansas City to have it, but we had 1,300 exhibitors that wanted to show. That means these kids, these families still have some hope that everything's going to be all right, and that's what we need. We need hope. We need something to look forward to, and that was this fair to me. So I appreciate you guys all being here, and thanks for the kids, exhibitors, and families, and all the staff from the Extension Service. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Kyle Kirtley, our grand champion steer. We need our reserve Angus steer to be making its way into the ring. Our reserve Angus was shown by Jacob Drummond, steer weighing 1327. Congratulations, our reserve grand champion market steer shown by Brendan Moseball with his champion Kiania. Brody Peel should be making his way to the ring with his reserve key. Congratulations, our third overall steer shown by Reese Knapp with his Scimitar. We will have to do a Hamilton County born and raised, so if your steer is a Hamilton County born and raised, we'll have that after this. Fourth overall steer shown by Eli Kolb with his main Anjou. Fifth overall steer goes to Ella Kavicki with her Hereford. If any of you are Hamilton County born and raised, stay where you're at. If not, you can exit the ring and we'll bring in any others that are Hamilton County born and raised. All Hamilton County born and raised steers, you need to be in the ring at this time. Reese Knapp will have our grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised steer, since he was 3rd overall in our show. We will now be selecting for our reserve grand, Hamilton County born and raised. Congratulations to Jessa Zeller with her reserve champion, Hamilton County born and raised. We will resume with showmanship at 1:30. We will start showmanship at 1:30 with our juniors. And our first heat will be Kaylee Smith, Jessa Zeller, Braxton Zeller, and Logan Bates. All right, first heat of junior showmen. We should be heading up towards the ring. We'll try to start at 1:30 as much as we can. First heat of junior showmen. Be making your way up to the makeup ring. Second heat, you're on deck. Senior showmen will be a first come, first serve. Once the first few have entered the ring, we'll cut off, and then we'll have our second heat. There'll be 2 heats in each division of showmanship. All right, entering the ring, we have our first heat of junior showmen. First heat of junior showmen is now entering the ring. For all of our showmanship divisions today, we will have 2 heats. We're starting with juniors. Our first heat of juniors is in the ring. Then we'll have our second heat. We'll pick our overall. Then we'll go intermediates and seniors. Senior showmen, we are doing first come, first serve up to the ring to split the heats. Once the first few get in the ring, we'll make a cut and we'll have a second heat of seniors.
You guys did all right.
Let's give all these kids a round of applause, please. It's been a long day, and if we showed showmanship first, I would probably go through more gyrations, but I've seen these kids show most all day, and that helps me make my decision. And it may not explain it to you, but I've watched these kids most of the day, and I know there's some amount of this that's just luck, and some amount of it your animal acts good that day and those kind of things, and I understand how all that works. But the young man here that's winning this class, to me, when he came in here, this steer's done a nice job every time, and I think he kind of used to the young man working with him, and he keeps his eye on me, does pretty good contact. I think in this division, I'll make a few comments that I think are really important for kids that are first learning how to do this. One is spacing. You know, you noticed a couple times we got everything down in this corner. You don't want to do that. You know, give your animal some space. Give yourself some space when you go in and out of the ring. Don't bunch up. And, you know, if you see something coming, try to avoid it, those kind of things. The other thing that I noticed, and not these kids here, they're doing a good job of it, but some of the young kids that came in today want to poke at their feet. That kind of hurts them and it scares them. You got to be really, really calm and cool and collected when you're working with livestock. There's no substitute for that. When you walk in and out of the pen, you do it slowly. When you don't run around, you don't jump around, you don't yell. All those things contribute to not being very successful at this. So if you notice the kids we've got in here doing a nice, calm job, they're not doing anything crazy. Their animals are all standing there, and they're all doing a really good job. So again, let's give these kids a round of applause. I think a really nice set.
Coming back for our final heat of junior showmen will be Logan Bates, Braxton Zeller, and Jessa Zeller. In the ring now, we will have our second heat of junior showmen. Second heat of junior showmen are in the ring. After this, we will have our champion junior showman drive. Then we will go to intermediates, and then on to our seniors. Coming back from our second heat of juniors will be Cooper Rollins and Elizabeth Decker. You ladies can stay where you are. We will have Jessa Zeller, Braxton Zeller, and Logan Bates join you for our champion junior showman drive. We need our first heat of intermediate showmen to be lined up outside of the ring. Lauren Happel, Reese Knapp, Keegan Shively, and Madison Shively.
I think in this first division showmanship, like I said, the kids are tired, the cattle are tired, it's starting to get warmed up, but I've seen the kids show all day, and I think that these two have done an excellent job, not taking anything away from the other kids out here. We brought them back. We thought they were all pretty special, but I think these two kids have done a really good job. Their animals have been well presented, and they've done a good job all day. So let's give all a round of applause, if you would, please.
Congratulations, our champion junior showman, Cooper Rollins. Reserve junior showman went to Logan Bates. Entering the ring now, we have our first heat of intermediate showmen. There'll be 2 heats of intermediates. So all intermediate showmen, you should be either coming in the ring or in the makeup ring. Seniors, remember, we'll place you in the ring, first come, first serve. We will have 2 heats of senior showmanship as well. All right, coming back from our first heat of intermediates will be Lauren Happel, Reese Knapp, and Keegan Shively. You guys can exit the ring and we'll have our second heat of intermediates come into the ring. Lily and Olivia Higgins, could you please come to the front of the show arena? Lily and Olivia Higgins, can you please come to the front of the show arena? All right, guys, all of you will be coming back for the finals. We need the 3 from the first heat to join you guys in the ring. Lauren, Reese, and Keegan, you guys can come in the ring for the final heat of intermediate showmen. Senior showmen, you guys are up next. All senior showmen, you guys are up next. Remember, we'll just put you in the ring as you come up to the ring. All right, we called up to the table Olivia and Lily Higgins because their steers tied for the rate of gain. Their steers averaged 3.48 pounds of gain since the weigh-in. Congrats to Lily and Olivia on their grand champion rate of gain.
As you would expect, you see a lot of difference between the first division and the intermediate division. I'm sure we'll see more in the senior division as well. But all these kids doing a nice job paying attention. Their spacing's a lot better. Animals are acting a lot better and all those things. So it just gets tougher and tougher. And I know it's splitting hairs to go out here and try to figure out who exactly has done the best job. Who's had the most opportunities, those kind of things. But there's a couple kids out here I think have done a pretty good job all day, and I'll go out and select those 2 kids. But I'd like to congratulate all of you. I wouldn't have brought you back if I didn't think you did a nice job, so congratulations to all the kids.
Congratulations, our champion intermediate showman went to Reese Knapp, reserve intermediate showman Ellie Miller. All right, our intermediates have cleared the ring. We will go ahead with our senior showmanship. We will have 2 heats of senior showmanship. You all will be coming back for our final heat. He's going to make it difficult on you guys. All right, you guys can clear out and we'll bring in our final heat of seniors. Entering the ring is our final heat of senior showmen. Final heat of senior showmen going in the ring. Attention in the barn. 15 minutes after senior showmanship, we will begin to load the auction and direct animals. 15 minutes after senior showmanship, we will begin to load the auction and direct animals. If you have a steer going direct or through the auction, please have your calf in the cattle barn. All right, we're gonna have one giant heat for our finals. He's gonna keep the suspense, so all of you just stay where you are. We'll have everyone else join in, and we will have all of our seniors for this final to pick our top 5 senior showmen. We will be placing our top 5 senior showmen.
I kind of apologize because I brought all the kids back, but really, you get down to gate cutting in them and it gets really, really hard. And there was only going to be a couple that I thought we could eliminate. And so I thought the easiest thing to do is bring them back. It's normally this time that if it wasn't for the pandemic, I would be handing this microphone to these kids and making them introduce themselves to you, tell you about their project, all those kind of things. And I love to do that because it's nice to hear their perspective, and I think it gives you a very good picture of who's been doing this and who's had somebody else doing it for them. So I really like to do that, but given the situation, I'm not going to do that. But I usually always on senior showmanship make the kids discuss, you know, who they are, what they're about, what they like, what they don't like, those kind of things. And it's very, but we're not going to be able to do that today. So without any further ado, I'm going to go out and select. I think we're going to do a top 5 But if you don't get selected, don't be disappointed, because I'm telling you, all you kids did a good job, or I wouldn't have left you in this ring. So I'm really happy. I think that somebody's done a nice job of showing you guys how to do this. I've watched you, you're watching me, you're watching where you're going. I watched a couple of these kids come in, they start to pick the spot they want their animal in. Those things you got to pick up when you get to this point. It gets way too competitive to not be watching those kind of things. So when you're in here, it's more than just you. It's you. It's like driving a car. There's everybody else out there on the road. You got to figure out where you want to be, when you want to be there, where you don't want to be. Don't put yourself in a corner. Don't put yourself. Some of these little kids, I told one of the ringmen earlier, some of these little kids want to let that animal get them into the corner and run them down the fence. All you got to do is get in front of them and turn them and get them away from the fence. They want you to go into the fence. So the part of showing cattle is figuring out what they want to do and what you want to do and beating them to the punch, because these cattle are smart. They know what they're doing. So that's all the speech I'm going to give you today. I'm disappointed that kids can't talk to you, because I'd love to do that, because they deserve some airtime. They put in a lot of work. So congratulations on your projects, kids. You did a good job. I was glad to be here in person to do this. That virtual cow show is not for me, so this is the way it ought to be. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'll go out and select some kids for you.
Congratulations, our champion senior beef showman went to Gracie Fisher. Reserve champion senior showman went to Chloe Henderson. Third went to Andrew Robertson. Fourth was Nate Kavicki, and fifth was Brendan Mosbaugh. Thank you all so much for coming out to our beef show today. We're so thankful we were able to have a show. Thank you to our judge, Ray Ramsey, for coming. If you could tidy up after yourself. Also, I know I'm a little biased, but Kayla Tobias is our barn superintendent, and she does a lot of work behind the scene for these kids to make this show possible, and she was really excited, and she works all year long to do this, so can you all join me in a round of applause for her?